Okay, and we continue. Let's get back to it. Let's. Do I have a spear? I do. Yeah, let's do that. I have plans for you here, Floros. You are not qualified to upgrade to the next tier. You're good. You're good. Can't change. Alright, to do this, we need take Floros. Put her there. Al that way. Didn't. And Team B. The Alos over there. Let's go. If you ever need to just kind of tack on something, you have ways to do it. Lancer acquired. Here, sword up. Don't worry about the emblem for not getting critical hits if you gain too many levels in training. That's like 20 levels, so that's really not going to happen. Unless you're like going way out of your way for it. Irreversible. Irreversible because you're not allowed to kill dragons. So if we change to this, she won't be able to go back. Because she has murdered dragons at this point. Valkyries have a special thing in that they give a bonus to all men around them. It's kind of weird, but one more training. Now that you are a Valkyrie. I went out of my way to get a special item in the last map. Team B wins. What that does is that permanently destroys your person and turns them into a sword. We now have the Floros. So now, because I did it as a Valkyrie, this sword will give a buff to all men around them. And think it's like half and 1/3 of all the stats of the person that you had. It's pretty kind of okay. And it's a one-handed weapon. It's alright. Because I can give you a shield if I have an extra one. Have an extra shield. Oh, it does not consume their equipment. I didn't know if it would or not. Good. The Neb is wearing 2 shields. Who's holding the wand? You are. Alright, Al will be the new dragon tamer. He wears the wand. You get a shield. Snapdragons are insane. I wonder, I haven't thought about it. If you can use a Snapdragon on a block character. Like on a, I imagine it wouldn't work if you try to use it on your hero. Curious. Moving on. Was I done equipping? I forget. Hold on. I have a bandana to hand out. Does anyone have room for a hat? Everything looks good. All right. Water walking. Duck boots. Items are very expensive. Probably do that later. Let's get over here. Nice. No battles.
Find it out.
I think the one with the peg in it is the unnecessary. Oh, this map, the pain in the butt. Okay. There's a reason I went to the other one first. Rules. Ghosts, when you destroy them, they have a chance of popping back up. Because their clock keeps going. Like turn-wise. So sword masters, they don't have shurikens. They just throw rocks. I guess. Now, the way to destroy a ghost for real is to exorcise it, if you have an exorcist. Or to cast Faith on it once it's been downed. We're gonna be going with the casting Faith when it's been downed. Exorcism can destroy it at any point. Looking for the ghost ship, seeing if it's in the Mediterranean. It can be. Enjoy some nice sailing music. While we sail... Or Greenland, Iceland... There's just in... Just bodies of ice. That's the Tower of Charlemagne. Or Tower of Champagne. Well, that's, Samanau has to be done before Newtown will conclude like that and give you your orb. This, the ice block. That's not an ice block at all. At least casting Repel will make sure the enemies we fight are worth our time. Alright, here's that preferred grind spot. I am gonna hop in here. I believe there's an inn right over here. That's the save point. Alright, the other way. Only takes a moment. Yeah, there it is. Alright, now for the weird boss fight. I'm not quite getting what it's putting down here yet. Like, it's over there. I boom at it. Alright, so it was a shell game. I was just too slow on the draw. Got it. Well, that's actually a pretty neat gimmick. Oh, now he's over there. Went too soon now. Over there now. Dang it. Oh, or he's over here now. Alright. Okay, that confirms there's only one of them. They're just each dying in succession. $20 points. Orc Tower. Right. Time magic has escape. Or teleport. Oh well. Instead we walk out then. Five ability points for 2 spell casts. Pretty good. Do want to buy more cottages. One moment. And we move on. When feeding the cat, they can't be fed together because one is a terrible jerk to the other and will eat his food. So they must be split up in separate rooms. Then I have to remember to go back and let that other one out. Okay. Surprising number of things in this game is vulnerable to instant death. A lot of birds. Alright, we haven't seen this one in a long time, so... Deep. was like up was the correct answer. Tell me it goes while we're in combat. No, okay. I'll say this might not be doable. Someday, you may be able to climb. Good job, Prey. Real credit to team. Prey being as helpful as he always is. At least it doesn't tick during combat. Ah, just notice this is the 1500th shuffle. We've been at this a while. Nice. Controls. Let me jump. No, do not jump down, you fool. Ah. Alright, done. That was very tight. What is a dragon scale? Defense up. Those look like not worth it. That would probably involve doing that last puzzle many times. That's normal. Chinese earthquakes happen all the time. Correct. Now what? Hmm. I mean, that's actually pretty funny. Thing is, he is what people would here would call a god. Nice, super short shuffle of that. Moving on. Really getting a lot of Pokemon out of the way today. Yeah, I'm thinking Brooklyn's gonna get tagged out for a better Pokemon. Yes! Too late. My dude. I guess I'll bring you along since you have Cut for now. Like, you need a water. We actually don't even have a water Pokemon, so, Maybe Moonfairy can learn Surf. When the situation arises. Let's go. Mouse is gonna clean up all the way down. Yeah? Now, you can only buy the spells you want. How would that interact with wisdom? The big question. And will they be transferable? Alright. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna feel so good. Be able to rock that. Turn it into something. It's all your own. Non-transfer. Or let anyone. Would it be possible to let anyone learn a spell, but you have to have the right level of wisdom to use it? Could you make the check at that level? Because that would also reduce the tedium of needing to go back to a place once you've actually learned the wisdom. From my, if Clefable there can learn Surf, then I'll just ride that. Oh, I believe it, BTB. If not, then a good water Pokemon, maybe Lapras? I think you get a free Lapras somewhere. That sounds right. That'd be a pretty cool water Pokemon to have. The other team has Gyarados. But nowhere on his move list to put Surf. Could take the place of Rest. Just rely on consumables a little bit. Nailed it. Now, hold on. Thanks for that. Now stand still, please. I need your shoes. Stand still. Oh, I can't crime you. Why can't I You don't have maintenance? Dang it. Yeah, you're protected. Darn. I'm about to try to sequence break some accessories. Very well. Knifing it is. After starting with it, thankfully you were here for the time I needed, and then the game went away. Cow. Doom. One thing I will say that Final Fantasy Tactics does better than Knight of Lotus is the economy. In Knight of Lotus, you gotta work hard to make money, like real hard. And there's not a whole lot to buy, like at all. Here, there's a ton to buy, and you are just overloaded with cash at all times. I don't know which I prefer. There is no there's very little equipment and nothing to buy, so it gives you no money. I suppose it just would be to each their own. How much do you enjoy? It's just relative of the bad guys. Something wrong? No. What level of inventory management do you enjoy? Stay alive. Yeah, you too. Okay, bye. You tell me to stay alive when you jumped off the roof into 3 thieves and got shivved to death on the other side of the building where we couldn't see you before we could possibly have gotten there. Yeah. Now we're talking. Alright, you've done it. Mastery of Monk. Still don't know how to scream yet. Oh right, I stole that gun, so let's give that to you. 2 more power for gun. An evade knife. Gauche is just straight better. Yeah, you don't actually get to use the evasion stat of your weapon unless you have Knight's ability weapon guard on. Real dumb. Finicky Systems. That's the name of the game here. I stole 2 judo outfits. Gonna want 2 more of those. Does that mean I can buy them now? Not yet. No sprint shoes yet. Oh, this is the game where Reflect is really weird. Reflect, if you cast a spell at someone wearing Reflect, it doesn't bounce back at you. It bounces, like, it bounces based on the path the spell took to get to you. It's real weird. That's a good way to describe this game in total. Just, it's real weird. There, let's just not buy any more of these again. And start working our way towards X potions. Nice. Nice. The perfect money. Cash counting. Moving on. Gonna be a while until we have a serious encounter again. Hey, bro. Hey bro, I think our older brother is trying to do a war. Doing a scheme. Oh hey, I haven't seen this one in a long time today. Alright. Back to our good buddy, Old Man. Oh no! Mole Man, no! Mole Man does his best. That's how far behind curve we are. The new people are starting off many levels higher than us. Oh boy, it has been like 8-9 hours since we played last. I have no idea what this room looks like. Memory puzzle. Why does Flea cost 20? Run! Ass. Ass. That took me out of the dungeon. Thought that was a door. Alright, let's do it again. Being out of Marble 3, this is where I'm gonna catch up on experience a bit. Yes! Perfect. That would do it too. Probably. Maybe. They also have instant deaths moves. Good job, fish. Good to know they're still getting experience even though they're inside of it. They're all fusioned together. Every time I put him in the party, he instantly drops. He could use some armor. Are you wearing any pants at all, sir? He has bronze armor. We need to get you better pants. Working 9 to 5. Bonk. So far, much of this game without fighting anything, then I ran out of Marble 3s. Meanwhile, over here. It's fine, this is fast traveling. We did everything we needed to. Why are we here? Why would it put us here? Like, this may have been the last place we saved at, actually. Before we'd fought Keelian. Why that knight wouldn't have brought us out of the cave too is beyond me, but whatever. Gotta go get our hostage back. Not that Bray's gonna get much screen time at all, as... Smooth. 1,000. Yeah, we had to die to leave, because you didn't bring us with you. I suggest you mind your own business. Okay. Alright, we have more side quests roundup to do. But the final key is a few things we can go do. Well, like more tiny medals I remember we can go get. We don't actually have to grab Bray. We just leave him. Shield acquired. Shield actually, I believe it's worse than the Dragon Shield. Does do something. Does it do... might do Fend spell in battle. We'll find out. Don't feel like the Dragon Shield is better. Oh, you know what? But for now, definitely better than Iron. Fine, you convinced me. We'll go get Bray out of prison. It's an all-ladies castle. What are you stealing clothes for, man? That's sexist. Game. It's unnecessary adding to the feature they added to the series. From the start, everywhere there's a jail, there's a final door key. Top left here, right? Yes. Hop down on some acorns. Thank you. Nice. Already in. Oh, that doesn't count as being in a castle? Havel. Reminding me, since that's where we woke up just now. Guessed right on the first try, but there could be something in the others. Two of them. All right. I like it. This game is just fantastic. Oh, entirely. Oh right, I forgot about the stupid dream sequence. Sorry, waste a little time with this. Rosa, I've decided to exterminate all of mankind. You stay here. Wait, no! Oh, no! Help! Just visit your lady friend. Just, hey, how you doing? I'm gonna go exterminate everyone. All of mankind. BRB. I think I should have enough for another Sword of Miracles now. Which then I have to decide, do I give that to Ragnar? Or do I finally uncurse myself and give that to me? Good job, Mara. How you doing, Goblin? How's your Saturday going? You won! What did you win? Beautiful. Oh, like, what is like, was it like a raffle? I'm not familiar with I'm a Cup of Joe, right? I'm not familiar with any games he does. But that's awesome that you won. Oh, cool. Cut that cat in half. Breath of Fire 3 was here quite a few times at the very start of the stream. 10 hours ago. Bird hide. Become bird. Do you want to become you? Yeah, become bird. Speed up. Speed up, defense up, magic down. The shuffler was being kind and giving me quite a few goes of the good games. I did? Apparently there was more to that puzzle than I can see. As a child, and even as an adult, I was getting very angry. It didn't make any dang sense. Now I'm further in the game than I've ever been. You have a black belt on. Just getting unlucky. Power up. Lighthouse. The sine wave apparently. It's all green. I can't. I just saw a green box. You're done learning? Not yet. Man. When someone explained it to me, it made more. When BTB explained what I was supposed to be seeing, it made a lot more sense. Yes, you have to spend Momo's weapons. You have to spend her weapons, which are a finite resource, or else you have to leave the dungeon and go get more. Fortunately, I got it on the 3rd try. Because I had it explained what it was. Yes. The way to have made that a good puzzle would be you just flick the switch, skip the chrism. If you want it to be like that, fine. Just get rid of the penalty for failure. If the penalty for failure was having to go push a button and try again, that would make it just fine. I'm okay with the puzzles. I don't like the... I don't like how bad the puzzles were. And the fact that there's always random encounters during them. You don't get a break from the random encounters to just do the puzzle. Have more faith in your puzzle game. Have more faith in your puzzle to be a decent puzzle. You don't have to have random encounters every couple steps as well. Fortunately, the Bathe thing only lasted like one shuffle. I did 2 matches. I did one where I owned him real hard just to establish dominance. And then a second one where I boosted his defense and then wailed at him for like an entire shuffle. It didn't take nearly as long as I would have expected, or nearly as long as child me would have spent. Younger me probably would have given him all the numbers, because it was an opportunity for numbers to go up, therefore you should. I honestly don't remember that part. I remember the lighthouse. I remember being level 30, trying to figure out the stupid, the green block puzzle. Which didn't make any sense no matter when I pushed it. Or when I didn't. Fortunately, that part is over. Eyeball Monster is dead. And we've been invited to come visit some fairies. And that's where it cut off, and we haven't seen any more since then. Still kicking. There you go. Almost there. Thinking I might go to the auction house just to buy a hero ring. Is it just the one you get, or do you get a second one? I don't remember if you get a second hero ring normally. Angry cats. Back at you. There. Alright, boss time. So, Pretty sure Greenland is like just north of here. It's north of North America, which is where we are now. That's England, so I went too far. Across the Atlantic. Brum, brum, brum. That is where we just were. Maybe further north? Oh, we're making money. We do need money for that silver shield. That Greenland. Yes, that is Greenland. Right there. In the middle of the tundra is an old man who would like the Staff of Change. Very cute. If you were to come back here again, now that you've given him... I'll show it off. We're here. We're here, we're having a good time. Very cute touch for, what, 1989 or something like that? 1987? This old man wants the Staff of Change. If you return to him after getting the Staff of Change, every time you come back here, he's used the Staff of Change and he's now something else. It's cute. Actually, Salmon now. This game is great. Down. It's one of your finest silver shield. This is the best shield for 23 more points of defense. Very good. Very good. Very good. Haven't played Shining Force. Let's sell that bronze shield. I might be remembering wrong. Yeah, the pirate ship usually shows up in the Mediterranean, but it might not spawn at all until you get the Sailor's Thighbone. That would make sense to why I haven't found it yet. It usually pops up here in the Mediterranean. If it's not like right here. You can use the thigh bone. And it acts like Gwaelin's love. 1 south, 9 east. Yeah, there it is. Had I waited a moment longer. I wonder what bumped a man off means. Probably dirty. Something naughty. Alright, that's safe. I don't trust these treasure chests at all. After getting wrecked by mimics over and over. This music is really creepy. Yep, that's a mimic. Cool. We happy-go-lucky lads did not enjoy being creeped out. Though really good tunes. 80 gold. I accept. Seven. Perfect. I will take this Swords of Miracle. Tough choice. Alright, Ragnar. This is such a great game. We might be able to afford one more of those before the game's out. We could have come here sooner, but these enemies are real. These enemies are real. Basic Blaze, Mara. Really? Mara, get in the wagon. I'm not sure when the game expects you to come here, but it doesn't seem to be now. Because, oh dang. Good job, Taloon. Taloon leading the party in numbers. In every numbers. Oh no, I finally overpassed taking Thanks to the Zenithian shield, have slightly passed him. That's not a fine. I just got the final key. Isn't that a magic key door? I thought that was a magic key door. Yeah, that's a magic key door. Sir, guys, one step in here. I'm just gonna turn around and go heal again. Because the rider attacks you, and then the dragon breathes fire. I poked my head in here the first time I came to get a Sword of Miracles. Yeah, no. Did not even get to open the door that time. Eventually the numbers will work out. This is how we're masking our grinding. There's exactly 3 things I want to get in here. Part of the problem is this. Not that. That's not the problem. That's doing just fine. Wait. Oh wait, I gave it to Ragnar. Never mind. Ragnar has the shield. We got a little further this time, and it's only one rider. Good. Numbers for all. Good job, Nara. Everything will be fine when Nara or Christo, whoever it is, learns a revive. Thank you, Nara. As I said it. Any lucky shots are no longer a bail move now. I love these enemies. Screaming faces. I would be dazed too if I was looking at these things. Can't blame Taloon for that. Oh. The wagon doesn't get off the boat with us. Alright. That just means I'll do the healing until we get back on the boat. Good thinking, Ragnar. Actually, if that's the case, I could give Elena the Sword of Lethargy. That way, at least she'll open the round. And put an enemy to sleep. I forget where the Meteorite Armband is in this game. Oh no, that's at the Coliseum or the casino. Never mind. Never mind, I remember. Yeah, no, not Taloon. Taloon, how dare you push my button and grab that? That's yours. West. I wanted to go the other way. Already paying off. Alana put that one to sleep. To think that this came out around the same time as Dragon Warrior 4. Victory. An entire antidote. Oh boy. And we got the Earth Drum, which is it's a battle item that it does sad amounts of damage for what it is. I'll just use it. I forget what the Death Idol does, but it's also not any good. But now we can leave this place and never return. Shield up for Goose. You've reached Shield 7. Giving him 82% evade. I forget whether it's a graphical bug that it doesn't show the proper numbers after an increase, or if it's actual bug that it doesn't show it unless you unequip and re-equip, but this game is neat. It's got a lot of cool ideas. It has a lot of bugs. At least Dragon Warrior 3 and 4, the moves all do what they're supposed to do. As opposed to Final Fantasy 1 and 2, where the moves are made up and the points don't matter. Alright, descriptions are made up and the moves don't matter. There you go. Now this is the one where what you do affects your stats. I don't mind having Odin swing his shields around. He'll get a little bit more experience for shields, and that's fine. If you use a lot of physical attacks, your intelligence can go down. And that's the stat for black magic. I'd rather Urala not lose intelligence. Ability up. Neither of them need more shield either. They're at 99% evade, which means they're going to have a maximum chance of getting more agility every round, every battle. Urala doesn't really need agility except to do spells first in battle. That's pretty okay. Initiative isn't bad. You really want Odom to have a ton of agility because your preemptive strike or ambush rate is based entirely off of Odom. Well, it's nice to have a cantrip of Bolt 5. Using it also denies me a chance of getting points doing anything else. In exchange for chip damage from Odom and okay damage from Urala, because she has intelligence, she's doing twice as much damage with the same staff. I got turned around, didn't I? I sure did. Never mind, I'm going the other way. But using the magic staff is kind of just used like passing a turn, since the idea of defending hadn't yet been invented in the Final Fantasy world. Can't run from undead though. You could always use that as your passing a turn. Or maybe you can run from these undead. Zombies, no. Some enemies, just the answer's no. Oh, in that case, let's just leave. Blue light. And a useless item. Found a locket of love. Counter rate. Tentacles. Got Faye. Level 21 will be a big one for Faye. That's where she'll learn, Bykill. The closest place to that. Oh, okay, you just leave. We'll get the Sword of Gaia. We're still one orb shy. Guess I could sell the junk that I picked up. Who ended up with the junk? Baboon. And Zuhan. Baboon and Zuhan. So we want to sail down. I guess it kind of would be like the Yellow River. We're sailing across Russia from Sweden. I guess we're about-ish in like the China area. This is where the leaf of the world tree is. We were here earlier. A dwarf that fought with our dad is hanging out with a whole bunch of cats. I shot Zuhan. Remember this area for later. Once we have air travel. Nice. Beautiful. Love it. Nothing's more satisfying than when he hits that 12% instant kill. Alright, so here... Game? Please. I wanted to do this before the shuffle. Not sure what body of water this is supposed to be, but anyway. Use this Locket of Love. Right. Here? One more. Very picky. There. I swore I used it in this spot, but maybe I had to get poked right away beforehand. Curse is broken. You can visit this area, this shrine, visit Simon. There is something to get in here. Once I locate which... There, Simon. Okay, you're the spirit of Simon. Did you keep it between your legs? Of course. Every man would keep his weapon. That's a plot item. And I'll actually gonna take just a moment. I'll be right back. Okay. So we have all the plot items we need to really progress with the game. There's one more side quest we haven't done. Well, there's two, but one I'm not going to do. Since I believe the next place we're going is very difficult. I remember looking this up the first time I did this and thinking, oh, supposed to be above level 30, huh? And I was much higher level in my first playthrough doing this than now. Powerful. So there's only like there's a few things in the Americas. There's Sioux Indians, there's the New Town, Jamestown, there's the pirates in South America, and in Cala, Mexico, there's one more thing. This might be South America. This is South America. Modeled by all the hills and mountains. Of that mountain range, I cannot remember off the top of my head. You know, along Chile and all that. Gia and Jess. I really love the idea of team battles. It could drastically change the dynamic of Pokemon. The Andes. Yes, that's it. The Andes Mountains. Yeah, where the Emperor's New Groove takes place. Ish. Oh, that's a catchy tune. Alright, I have to just poke him. I love this Pokemon. I love him so much. This is what I aspire to be. Amy Drowsy. He had a berry. Alright. I'll just use that berry. Thanks. Do you have more? Do you have 2 berries? No. Well, that's not great. Can I cure you? That poison's going to kill you before, I want you to... Okay. He can overwrite the poison. You are going to be annoying as hell to fight, huh? Alright. Just throw a coin right at his giant crotch. Maybe I replace Brooklyn with this boy. I mean, that's just the natural state of being for a cat, isn't it? How about Bug? There. You want to be asleep? Sleep. Don't heal yourself while you're doing it. Oh boy. That's a powerful snores. But did more healing than 10. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, baby. Yeah, we're good. Get him. I guess I could have bought more Pokeballs. Dang it. It's asleep. It has, like, no health. Do it. Game. Classic. Go. Anyone else on this team have a status effect? No, no, no. Yes, Bug. Bug's the only one with the status effect. Well, I just keep throwing balls at him. Yeah, it's just taunting me. Might be better reviving Bug and trying to put Snorlax back to sleep. Never mind. Snorlax is asleep. You'll run out of rest eventually, I'd imagine. Alright, so we want to go west from where I parked the boat. Trying to remember from a long time ago. Oh, the wagon's not here, but they can still cast spells from over there. That's polite. It's being very polite to me. Just cycling through the good games, man. Until eventually all that's left is Breath of Fire 3 and Dragon Warrior 7. Good thinking, Elena. What a team. And this should be a medal? Yes. I think that's 2. 4 more and we can get the final Sword of Miracles. One for Offie. It's laughing. Good job, Zaloon. Place is rough. Okay, good. I think all 3 of those things can cast Snow Blast. They dangerous. Just lock him down, Elena. Nice! Taloo with the crime! How's crime in Dragon Warrior 4 more consistent than crime in Final Fantasy IV or Breath of Fire? 3 or 4. Game is so good. Good job, Ragnar. Good job, Christo. Good job, Christo. Very nice. Oh wait, I need to check to see what he got, what he crimed. Just go. Good, Mara. Ouch. Did not mean to select Christo. Glad that didn't work out. Alright, what did you get? Taloon... Just a full moon herb. Oh well. Still better than nothing. Taloon! Yes! Merchant army! All swinging with the power of the Sword of Miracles. Yeah, we're still going, Blake. I love 11 hours, 44 minutes. We're just gonna go. As long as y'all are here, and I'm having a good time, we're just gonna keep going. Powerful level up there, Authy. Y'all spent a lot of lovely time with me today. Makes me happy. Taloon doing a little big man doing a dance. Oh, here he goes. Let's see how long Brother Fire 3 can get ignored. Prehistoric sea cows. I don't know what they actually are. But these things are, they're real. Christo. I give you a chance to fight, and this is what you do? Step out of the wagon and immediately get wrecked? Oh no, their mouths are open, like, ah. They're like, arr. Ray's helping. Ray, do you have any spells? You have no- oh wait, he is wearing Wayfarer's scale and leather. It has no weapon. No, you don't have any spells. Well, let's just tag you out real quick. Could have left you in prison, is what I should have done. Yeah, I'll decurse Authy once I get that last Sword of Miracles. More of them. There you go, let's put all three of them to sleep. Good thinking, Alana. Christo will be respectable in combat eventually. As like a tag-in person to give the frontliners here a breather. And so will Mara. And that's about it. We won't see Bray. We won't see Nara. Neither of them get real combat experience. They've almost made everyone useful. This dungeon is really short. It's just it's terrifying. I'm pretty sure that is our objective right there. Saloon, that's a great idea. I like the way you're thinking. They don't have eyes. But good on you for treating them just like everybody else. Good job, Elena. Tanking all the experience from that boss fight is catching Elena up to Salute. Genethian armor. Now that one I'm not forgetting. That one is strictly worse than the Dragon Mail. The Dragon Mail... Oh hell, what direction were we going? Down? None of this looks familiar, ever. Because the Dragon Mail reduces damage from breath attacks. But, yeah. Pretty sure. That might just be in the DS version? Remember. I don't have that wiki open. The Let's Play I did was for the DS version. Most of it applies to the NES. Almost done with this cave. We've already beaten the boss, we just doubled back for that treasure. Success. Oh, I used my backup cottage. I'll have to replace that. I have notes on the side of which pattern. I can see the black patterns in there. Like which one means wall, which one means pathway. Fortunately, we're done with that place, and we never have to return. Zelda's Death God. Just sell the Valium. Not actually using it. Sell the Earth Drum. Not gonna actually use that. Or the Sleep. That's 2 backup ethers is not a bad idea. They'll eventually be replaced with elixirs. would like at least one backup cottage. I'll take 2. I have money. Let's rest up, and then our next... So our actual plot beat was to go visit... 10 hours of this. Beautiful. Visit the Land of the Dragoons, Daced. So we can enlist their help. Gross. I went up on 12 hours today. Nice. Really appreciate all y'all guys and gals hanging around here, as you can throughout the day. It's helping me get over a very rainy Saturday, very rainy weekend period. As I work out some internal issues through the shuffler. Continue to push all 16 of these, as the shuffler will allow. More agility for Goose. Nice, 82% evade. Push as many of these to their final destination. Turtle. The Ice Bow, very effective against Turtle. So the change spell is very interesting. It's the closest thing to white mages get to Osmos, and it's sad that that's the best they get. What it does is it takes your health, it takes your magic, your HP and MP, and it swaps it with the target if it lands. It can be quite the move, depending on what you're using it on. You can also use it on, say, your friendly black mage that does have Osmos. But finally, hey guys, different battle music. It's here. It's about time. Now, if you manage to recruit a ghost, you will have an ally that, unless the enemy team has an exorcist, which is very rare, and because this is the good tactics game where you can see the enemy squad before you make your decision of who's coming in, you can ensure you cannot lose. Because a ghost, when it dies, will just pop right back up unless it is exorcised. We don't have an exorcist. However, we have something else that will work as well. Problem is, this map does do reinforcements. This is like the only map in the game that does it. This will be a longer fight. Don Quixote? What is that? I don't think I've ever seen the Don Quixote emblem. Take a look at that. Hey, Gunther. Warning for those who rush into battle, suffering a brutal counterattack. Are they playing a few cards short of a full deck? I like this. We're making a bad move. Oh, when a Snapdragon, but just to sum up, in case someone wasn't here, we turned Floros. We found a Snapdragon, worked for it, found it, and turned Floros into a sword. This is Floros, our old ally. His stats are much higher now. Floros is incredible. Every time you swing the soul of your friend, it does a horrifying scream. It's really good. And now, Panda has... There's his name is Blank. Blank has the... fluid magic. Yeah, Blank. This game is Blank. The upside is these things are higher level than me, so at least we'll catch up on levels a little bit. Blake is amazing. You see that he just did 150 damage with one attack. Terrifying. There is our hero for a reason. Don't know what this does. Let's use the orb, because I don't know what it does. Whoa. I just found this item in a match at one point. That's a heck of an attack! Oh my! Alright. Get him, Floppy. Floppy bacon bits. How much is Faith? 15. You can't hurt the undead with healing in this one. Denab with her 69 MP. And her new summon spell. Right. Gotta actually choose the summon. The way summons work in this one, it doesn't just hit a large AoE like Tactics is boring. Here in Knight of Lotus, depending on how high your intelligence is, you get X number of attacks to an area spread across the target area. So more powerful if you can get it to hit just one person. Here, MP up. Enjoy. Because he's really behind on levels, he gets a ton of experience just for throwing an item at a friend. Olay. There are a total of 4 Snapdragons in the game. Nice. That ghost there, all these enemies are ghosts in this map. He's gonna pop back up. I forget if at full health or not, but he's gonna pop back up soon. Probably next turn. I've done the whole recruiting a ghost and using them as for allies thing. I'm gonna avoid doing that this time. Having an invincible party member. It's a real abusive. To just take your ghost and have them go kite enemies. They'll chase them down, kill them, and then by the time they start to walk away from the encounter, from having killed your ghost, the ghost will pop back up and they will all turn around and go chase the ghost. Yeah, let's do that. Audio, are you okay? That was good. I think this area has like my favorite enemy in the game. The enemy that stands out the most to me in this game. There's a party guy in this house. There's someone here just raving. This man, yes! What is your name, sir? Giro Felgo. Has nothing to steal, however, but this guy owns. He's just hanging from the chandelier. Oh no, he fell down. Oh, he's getting back up. Look how much care and effort they put into this enemy. Dodged my spell. We will destroy one of you for posterity. Oh no. Help this man. Oh no, he fell down. This enemy owns. Oh. Weak against gravity. Right? 15. Alright, I'm gonna write this down. I'm not gonna remember this over the shuffles. Like, I remember the gist of this, but I don't remember the numbers. Who the heck would? So, right, 59. Enemy launcher. Right. 36. If anyone knows what the other numbers are, I would accept those. Remember, those things have osmos attacks. I'm gonna just ignore them. Invisible ink. And how did we know how to read it anyway? Right, 97. Where is the left? And the short end. That's a piano. Go. Oh. L1 and R1. Nice that we got to see my favorite as the first thing in here. Piano. Right, but how do I get the number out of it? P and Ray. Just come on, come on. Game. Anyway, moving on to this nightmarish place here. About to look up a map for this place. He has more defense than the mole. Well, she's been around longer. I bought her pants. Good job, Wolf. Wonder if them leveling up upgrades Shin. That would make sense. There. Someone leveled up. Let's try this again. That's really it for my Marble 3s? Yeah, I need to go back and replenish those. Nailed it. I was just thinking to myself, man, the encounter rate's being very nice. I used my last Marble 3. I'm starting to think that position order on the... This is determining how often you get attacked. I'm gonna want to slide you over, actually. He's helping. Oh gosh. And because magic in this game is fake and does flat damage, there's no way to mitigate things like that. Bonk. A crit. Responded by just burning. Okay. I'm really trying to give him a chance. I'm really trying here. Chopper. Nice. Painful, but nice. No need. Nice long Breath of Fire shuffle. It went right for him. It would actually almost make sense in this area if everything did gun for him. This is his dreamland. Or rave party. Fight me. Oh, we can do damage now. Good. Does this need Mogu? Could require Mogu. But first... Ooh. On guard. You were trying to run, but you chose this. Hello, friendly goblin. Need to buy cottages. You don't sell cottages. Maybe you don't sell cottages. Alright, well. You can rest. Go find somewhere that does sell cottages. Sells elixir. But I don't need an elixir. Just need portable, disposable houses. Item shop. You at least sell tents. We'll just use many, many tents then, I guess. Michael. Guess we better split up, Scooby Gang. I haven't done this before, so... We did just save. Just send 2 on each side and see how it goes. You're not 2. That is in fact 1. Chrono controller. I like that. Wonder Wand. Lairmancer. Some powerful names. I guess it's be 3 and 1 then. Hello, Potion. Goblins. Goblins, you're still harassing me this far into the game. Cool. Exactly the same time. Just shouting from tower to tower. Attacking at the same time! Minotaur. No spells. Very well. No spells indeed. Is singing a spell? Yes. Wait. Yes, singing is a spell. Hey, what we came here for was, that small... the Zenithian armor. Yeah, there we go. Tell me about the Zenithian armor. It must be armor. See, Ragnar is wearing full plate, so yeah, for now the Dragon Mail will be better. You keep getting my hand-me-downs. Continue to power you up as well. Little by little. I'll buy you an iron mask someday. For now, enjoy your wood. Another small metal. Get the heck out of here. This cursed land. Not a very long dungeon. Take care, Blank. Thanks for coming out. This morning and this evening. Please, I will be hopefully receiving that sunshine in the morning. Mara's Shrine. Taloon has the treasure map. Taloon had the treasure map. There, Christo has the treasure map. I have my soy milk every morning. Alright, so a little to the east and down. Start my day off with some nice oatmeal and my nut juice. I've come to enjoy it. Effing someone. Oh boy. See me. Over here. Whoa. You alright there, Blake? Dinosaurs. Nice. I mean, my dog's name is Juice Man. Not because of that guy, but I forget. Can I bring the? I need the stones. Who's carrying the stones? You are. Give me the stones. Give Taloon the stones. There you go. I have a key. I have a key. I don't need the small metal with. Guess I could have dropped that off while I was up there. Whatever. Is this a wagon place? No, and it's not even a back row. Okay. You've been sitting here in your underwear all day, sweating. To be fair, I'm just kind of in a bathrobe. I'm in a Snuggie. Oh, Taloon. The best. Take care, Blake. Enjoy your weekend if I don't see ya. Stepped outside to heal up before going back in. Good job, Taloon. Alright, Bray. Everyone needs a heal. Heal more on Alana. Alright, let's go. Here in this waterfall cave with Balakuda. Parrying because of the multi-edged sword. Maelstrom. I think the Maelstroms have some pretty dangerous spells. Yeah, that. That. Nice. Guys, finish off the Maelstrom. Y'all. I'll do it. Alright, fine. Taloon will do it. Nice. So here, there's a waterfall. You got the Stone of Drought from the pirate village. You can go behind the waterfall. You could do that as soon as you got the boat. Good job, Taloon. Shush, no. Stop that. Balloon's so good. That was a lot of damage come my way that he just stopped. And if you have the magic key, you could collect Sandglass of Regression. It sends you back to the start of the fight. It's weird. Like, if the fight doesn't quite go your way, then I think, like, once a day you can use it to dial it back to the start of the fight. I got to showcase that in the LP against the final boss, where everything was going fine, then went horribly. Whipped out the Sandglass of Regression and did it again from the start, and it went way better. Attaboy, Saloon. Power. If you have the final key, you can continue on the dungeon here. There's even yet more to get here. Off spells. Ooh. Bummer. That was a rough opening round. Oh, don't buy that. Expensive. Hello, Hummingways. They're not naming ways, they're Hummingways. Gips. Naming ways were all descendants of these folks. Hold on. It didn't auto stack them. There. May as well. 400 high potions should last me some time. Alright, now, Bahamut. Now that the Lunarian is properly dressed. He looks so upset. Poor grape. Before she could get off, before she could get a move off. No debuffs. Alright, I can stop them. There's our one move against them. Still can't steal from a stopped enemy. I missed it. I probably did nothing though. Bird, go! Bird kill. Just the Mario sound effect. Tempted to use a cottage just to not have to sit here for an hour. Healing. How long this takes. Ava Bahamut. Let's go. Oh no, Edge is a hunt all of it? Piss off. Alright. Wizard. 5,000. No weaknesses. $4,000. No weaknesses. There's no rhyme or reason to the sorting of these spells. From what the animation played, so you would have thought it worked, but I guess not. You fool. Edge is already as weak as he could be. One. She can osmose me for 112 of Golbez's mana, but I cannot osmose anything back. Game is shit. Absolute garbage. Finally, something else to fight. Dragon. Tell me about Dragon. Nothing in this game has a weakness. All your spells are the same, because nothing has weaknesses. I'm not being super slow through the menu, the game moves that slowly. Damage variance. You have Drain? Ew. Damage variance. At least he gave a bucket of cash. Faraway land of the moon. Giant robots on the moon. You just went twice. These giant robots went twice before I went once. Twice. The robot is giant. Why are you so fast? "10,000 years of Snorlax." Although I think they talked about one of the people in Silph Tower to say that's probably where I get the Master Ball. This would probably be the place to use it. You can only use it 10 times, supposedly. Provided that the enemy goes by the same rules as I do, which is not necessarily the case. There we go. That'll do it. It is not satisfied unless it eats over 880 pounds every day. Same. Take care, ETV. Do you have a name? Do you have a goofy name for Snorlax? Snorlax is BTB. I accept this. Duhan, still here, still rocking it. I think right here is. Someone said that these things had it had leftovers or something. Someone said that was not the case. He had a berry. No, it can't be mean. What? No, I want. Take it. Give me 11 of them. Yeah, Zuhan has never played Brave New World before. Really? Maybe I gotta give him another try. I find them incredibly boring. So I gotta try it again. Alright, Cat. Alright, Brooklyn, we tried. We gave you a lot of time, a lot of effort, and you have been incredibly lackluster. Welcome, BTB. Now I don't have anyone with cut. His sprite is just... Oh, I thought he was patting his belly. That's his breathing animation. He's breathing way too fast. He's impish. Heat and cold protection. Because he's fat. Big hit. I'll put him to sleep. That makes sense. Although what I would do is rest and then immediately use the Poke Flute, but I can replace these two eventually. Get Moon Fairy. Can Moon Fairy learn Cut? I don't know how much more I'm going to need it, but I don't want to have to go get a Pokemon out just to use Cut. No. There, now he cuts. Machine set. None of those are particularly helpful for Snorlax. Or BTB. And yet we caught Snorlax with a basic Pokeball. Pretty cool. Off we go. Fire red. First one to head south. I've actually not enjoyed fishing in any game. He wants to see my large goldfish. Well, the other game is the one with the large goldfish. Makes sense. This electrician playing down by the dock. That's rude. I have a feeling you're going to do the same thing. You just shout at him, he doesn't care. He's gonna roll over on you. Meanwhile, speaking of, you mentioned Brave New World and it appeared. Way to go, Zuhan. May as well buy the spells. Why not? Alright, so the plan for her is shrug. Do I have a gold hat for you? I do. No. I want the gold hat on you. Nah. You're fine. You're good. Just go. Just go. See what happens. We need to readjust things, we shall. God dang it, I told you this thing was possessed! Now, was it possessed when she started drawing it? Or did it get possessed while she was drawing it? That's the question. Ma'am? Thanks. Could attempt to Soul Saber Lakshmi for the MP. Or don't bother, don't do that. And just use a tincture. Should have boosted his magic defense a bit. Decision time. Good thinking, Thao. Still haven't learned Chakra yet. Thanks, Lakshmi. See? Trust Berserker. Purely beneficial to the team. See? When Shad's out, he throws out Blowfish. When Lakshmi's out, he uses Re-Rise. He knows exactly what he's doing. Light Road would have been helpful for him as well. Or sorting the inventory. All these things. Yeah, don't worry about it. Then 30 more shuffles of this over to Overnight of Lotus. Thanks, Shuffler. Good thinking. I love when the audio gets a little wonky, but keeps going. It has been 13 hours. It probably could use a breather, but I'm not going to give it. See? Good thinking, Thao! You don't need to seek revenge for that sleep, child. Everything's fine. He's immune to instant death anyway. There is no going wrong with that. It's like the perfect rage for this fight. The absolute perfect rage for this fight. Just notice the volume was a little loud. Thanks, Tapir. Oh, stretchy Tapir. Oh good, we're back. There's a there. The confirm button is now on the bottom. Alright, that's just an item, okay. There's still enemies on the roof. Well, that's certainly a design choice. That's right, depression. It's taking my MP. It's full party rasp. Let's go. Out of MP, idiot. Dream breath. You finally learned to move. Now I could do the sleep. I think we're right at the entrance, so that's actually not so bad. Time to go visit some fairies. Now that we've gained levels, we should probably backtrack to all the masters. They might have moves for us. That's how this works. Oh good. All of you. Look, his little top is glowing. Oh, he's so cute. Echo's the best. Good. Got made a lot of money in this place. 3K. We'll be able to probably buy one whole new weapon. I guess Air Raid knocked Gar out of his turn? The box! Hold on. Be right with you. Mithril Shield. Tank. Echo. 92 defense. Oh. Have not established Mithril as a thing in this universe yet, but alright. Get large. Good. Right, no, that's Breath of Fire 4 where you can just save from the menu. You don't have to go into camp. Correct. All in all, the lighthouse is a very short dungeon. I will hold off on buying things first. Berries. I've never got to interact with this. This is further than I've ever been. Let's go. It's gonna be the same thing as in 4, huh? Alright. 4 I'm aware of. Here's Cadus. Alright, so someone earlier said that they saw that I met Cadus. Cadus had not introduced herself at that point. Way down at the beach. Gotta go to the beach, 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 beach. Let's go to the beach. Oh, here's the beach. This is not my party. Hey, game. 5 cents. 2 cents. Why do you have a path up the mountain if I'm not allowed to do anything up here? Alright, whatever. Whatever. Hold on, we have to leave the ferry place to put my party back. Alright, let's try this again now, game. Do not try to wrestle control of my party. Save the fairies, and then we'll double back to masters and all that shit. Keep some plot going. Stand here flipping a coin until nightfall. This is how we pass the time. We Pokemon battle. Now we're talking. Ow. I think I did that. Almost got him. Oh, bird, no. Fine, you got this, Spanky. Huzzah! Where'd you find eggs? Alright, well. Oh. Not very effective. I see. Whatever, if he dies, he dies. Alright, rat, go eat some eggs. Nice. Good rat. Too bad rat doesn't have a third form. Alakazam. He has 2 spoons. Hmm. Foresaw an attack. Did you foresee this? Nope. Well, he may have foreseen it. He may not. He just didn't have any way to handle it. Level 40 Charizard, eh? His Charizard knows a real move. Mine still knows Ember. What? Took the future sight attack? Oh, I think that's translated wrong then. Foresaw an attack as in like did an attack in the future kind of thing. Okay, that's the translation error. Alright, Fish, you got this. Or your rival here, who's like more than 10 levels higher than all the rockets around here. Oh my. Eight levels is a big difference. And burned. Who could handle it? I guess if I wake up Hoofs. Hoofs could roll out. Oh, I have a revive. I have a few revives. Gonna bide my time at Fish getting cooked here. Thought I had 2 hyper potions. Guess not. No way. Oh, he went first. Figured that would at least have bought me a turn. Alright, Poofs. Roll out! Dang it. You're not in a good spot there, MJ. Pick up Fish. Yeah, that's to be expected. I can get Bird to sand attack at least once. Yeah, you're the only one that's going to be able to actually do anything. No way MJ is fast enough to get a poison powder off. Nuts. I guess Flamethrower has a much higher chance of burning than Ember does, which would make sense. Do I have enough super potions to get... for him to run out of PP? Will still cost me less than dying. And I am gaining on him, unless he crits. This cool Charizard, who has one move. I'll see how much this actually does. He does have him. He has a move. Look at that. Does that mean he's out of PP? He's out of PP, then... no one else still has any debuffs, except for MJ. Wing Attack will wreck him. No magic. Ow. It's a boss in a gimmick of no spells, where you have other tools if you don't have spells. Like, your spells. You can just go ahead and use them. Good thing I bought all these extra rods I didn't end up using. The power of holy. Nailed it. Oh, I don't get thrown right into it. Beautiful. Oh. If you don't do it right away, the tower explodes. That's really cool. Or it was on a timer. Either way. That's really neat. I've learned. Hey, Super Megalas. Yeah, I learned. The first time my first time doing this tower. That's a really cool gimmick. Alright, so I like the way that actually worked out. You take the mantle, you keep the shoes, you take the mantle, and you need the healing staff. Temporarily give up the gold hairpin. For you. How you doing today, Super? The category is still Breath of Fire. Yeah, it doesn't auto-update that way. The game will automatically shuffle, but the Twitch is not. What was I saying? Yeah, let's put the circlet on here. You'll see in a minute or so. Ah, you're new to you're new to the stream. So see those 16 games? I'm playing them all right now. Lena goes left, everyone else goes right. That would mean going in and changing it every 6 minutes. Every 6 to 12 minutes, going in and manually updating it. I said, I'm playing them all. So, there's 20 games on the shuffler. Breath of Fire 3 is here. It is here. It is part of the game. It is part of the randomizer. So, not a terms of service violation. There has been a lot of Breath of Fire. I don't even remember which one I picked. 3 or 4. I've just been cycling through. Alright, you also want the reflectoring on. Every 6 to 12 minutes, randomly shuffled amongst the 16 games that remain on the shuffler. As 4 have finished. Finally. 4 finished. There you go, reflectoring. There we go. Grab the Wonder Wand. Because why not? I'll look up what that does eventually. Must be pretty wonderful. Ricard Mage. I think in Breath of Fire 3 we just entered Fairy Village? Distant sounds of cat meowing. What happens at night? Berserker! 3 of them. Alright, let's try this one again. 2 more floors. Dueling Knight. No thanks. Defender. This game might actually... I was thinking of other games being the next to finish. I think this one might be the next to finish. This or FF1? After this, I'm going for the Void. Minotaur. Explode. And I know I have enough rods now to just snap them all. I'll snap them as I go. Mangosh still doing work, even nearly 13 hours into the game. He's recognized the threat. That will not save him. That's fine. You will survive. And if not, we have the Sage's Staff. Who would have thought that music counts as in the realm of wizardry? It makes sense if you're silenced, you can't sing a song. Alright, the power of Holy. Once again. We have to take it right away. Do not pop up in the menu, just go. Against Omniscient. That's how it works. That's how the shuffler works. Dave is dead. Dave will get back up. 11 hours into this. Good job, Dave. Wake up. That dragon hit Dave for so much. Alright. Fortunately, we have a warp cube. The space! Space! Flying fortress in the sky. Razor. What is a razor? Let's look that up. What is a razor? Not even seeing. Okay, hold on. Let's see. What does that count as? Razor is a sword. Could that be the Bane sword? Venom sword. Could be the Bane sword, meaning it would cast Bane in battle. We'll give it a shot. I have these potions, maybe we'll use them. We'll have Dave swing it in battle and see what happens. Beholder. What a handsome fellow. Look at this thing. Oh, goodness. Kill. Okay. Alright, there you go. That is Bane. I don't know what Bane does, but this is the Bane sword. Let's, not... Since you have instant death, let's, not goof around with you. Yeah, Beholder. It does what you think. Ah, I see. Nice. Still got him. Oh no, my mana. Huh. That does shush the healing staff. How about that? Or the healing helmet. I guess that still counts as using a spell. Like, for the same check. Silence doesn't come up very often in this game at all. Good job, Dave. Confirm. Silence does not persist now. Treasure. Money and a potion. Money. Money. More Black Knights. Ow. They have identified the threat. Free healing for everyone at the end of every fight. A lot of money. Approaching $250,000,000. I don't think this game's going to reach 100 shuffles, provided that each of them are like, probably median to upper lengths. Another healing helmet. Well, hey Dave, put down the buckler. Pick up the helmet. Can you wear this too? No. Everyone heals. Hadouken. I say as it gives me a pretty short shuffle, it feels like. Suppose putting the ribbon on a berserker in this fight just makes them completely safe. Never thought about doing that. The things you consider 17 laps in. Boom. Human's helping. Human's dead. Oh, she's fine. Never mind. Aw, good thinking, pal. You knew he was about to drop to Phantasm. So nice of him. Oh, thanks, babe. All the health totals just lining up there. That'll do it. 4th member of team acquired. One thing I need to do is get to the Coliseum and do the trade. That would make her incredible. Yeah, I think you've had enough of the shiny, glowing stone. Scarlet acquired. And I can exactly afford to do a respec. Which I'm gonna actually want to hold off on until I get Tri-Touch. Final team. Forget what you fight here. Whatever it is, Sad Dad will take care of it. Well, let's make this a little bit easier. Sort the inventory. There we go. An assassin. Who is immune to wind? Ass. Alright. Thou, go for it. Now he's confused. Hey, this could work out, actually. Just randomly throwing the Berserker into the fight. Okay, he landed a hit. That could actually work. If I'm not allowed to touch your inventory. But we have life. It's fine. Alright, light ninja bolt would block by that. Alright, best of luck, child. Do it again. In a world where you don't lose your bet because that's just saving you the time of reloading the game. I just need him to use a rage that he's vulnerable to. Like that. Although you can't actually finish him off like this. Unless Lodestone also inflicts sap. Whatever else is trying to inflict won't work, so... the assassin needs to kill Thou. In the meantime, let's pull up the bestiary and look at Assassin. Assassins. Immune to stop, petrify, and death. Guess Lodestone's trying to do stop? Oh, it says he's just immune to fire. Wind would work. Yeah, I can toss Cyan in the ring. Although, Lodestone will eventually work. When he's down to 1 health, it will do the 1 damage. What will happen first? Will he land that last blow, or will Thal get 2 or 3 more of these off? We shall divide you by 0. Maybe Lodestone's trying to do slow, because he has innate haste, so that also wouldn't work. Alright, back to Omni. Loading now. Wizard Duel. You can get through my Reflect with Drain. Gotta keep an eye out for that. This wizard who's wearing an elaborate tapestry? With like a hole poked out over the top for his head to come out through? Did Drain just miss? Another one. Another one of those Final Fantasies where Drain can miss. That's weird. $4,000 health remaining. Weak to wind. I don't have wind. That's a blue magic. Exclusive. That should do it. That should do it. I like that they kept Flare very similar to from 5 to 6. Flare acquired. But more importantly, wholly acquired. So I think a boosted Baraga is better than Flare. We'll find out. But it's time to. The tower blew up, so I need to go buy more cottages. I had bought tents, but let's not settle for tents. Let's get cottages. Somewhere must sell them, right? Do you sell whatever castle this is? Gallows Castle. You sell cottages. Hello. Think it's over here? That's the throne room. Where do you keep your shops? Thank you. Guess we don't even need to move into our final forms. This is working out just fine. There's cottages. There. Plenty of disposable houses for everyone. Just in case. Problem solved. Alright, to the end game. Where was that circle? I accidentally flew into it last time. This one's not real. Follow. Oh, hey. That's a platform. Could turn the tablet in, but I have no reason to. I don't need anything else in there. Exdeath has defeated me by by hiding the void. Waterfall. At least on the upside, we move very fast. Oh, good. Oh, you're dead. It lived. Oh boy. He's trying. Gosh darn it. For all that, he self-destructed. Well... well... Place is cursed. We leave here. Who knows teleport? What flavor of what spell is teleport? You. Building a cottage on the moon. You got Genji gear out of that. It's conceivable that there was even more treasure in there. More conceivable that I don't care. Hello, Bio. How goes it? Alright, to Mysidia. That is a fine animation. We were too late because we were spending too much time dicking around on the moon. These things happen. Is this one almost done? I'd be really glad if that's true. Everything about this game is terrible. Deep, giant robot. It's moving so slow. What would possibly be the... Well, we do have Moon Golbez. Ah, dwarves. Dwarves have made their way up from the underground with their tanks. But Yang's... don't worry, Golbez is still alive. Well, we knew Sid was alive. Ah, children. Boy and girl. Those people from before I thought of the better naming scheme. The giant looks confused. Yes. Yes, you were right. Must take out the heart of the giant. Approach its mouth. This is Golbez. A Lunarian? Ah, keep your beard on. Like, there are some good parts to this game. Just nothing else is good. Or worth it. Alright, just fly right into its mouth. Did it. Would've been nice if they gave me a save point first, but whatever. Deep. Back attacked. By a largeman. Gomez is dead. Ow. So note, I have gotten one move in. He has gone 3 times. Can we stop you? Yes? How long will you stay stopped? That was not a very big Kiraga. Try this again. One 256 drop, that's a tail. TG Sid broke through Dog Wall Pass. You're a trip, Bio. Only 62 shuffles of this. Up to over 40 shuffles less than a lot of the other games. Also known as TG Sid, Sidolphus Orlando. Nowhere in the game does it say what TG stands for. You're just supposed to know. Thunder God. Knives, swords, axe. Inferior bow. You're supposed to know. So it's heavy armor land. Still not selling the best thing in the game. When you try to leave, whoa! It'd be really easy to make me laugh at this point. We have been going for over 14 hours. It is 11:30 at night. All right. Pool parties. Let's go. Turns out archers... Well, the big thing is, without concentrate, archers can be really bad. But archers do have arguably the best reaction skill in this game. They have speed save. You get poked, and you get a point of speed, when speed is the king in this game. And the lightning bow will be obsoleted eventually. I hope. But it does have a chance at proccing Bolt 2. Which is pretty good. But this is another weird fight, right? I remember this one now. This is definitely not one we have to pay attention to, but it's here. We can show off our new gun. And branded a heretic by the church. Zalmo. Like we're in Louisiana or something. Alright, Zalmo. You go high in the corner. Cinderella. Rico. Eve. Eve, who is highly explosive to spells with that high fate. It would make sense that everyone on this team would have really high fate. 50% magic evade. That's actually a really good shield. I wouldn't mind stealing that. I already have my judo outfits. And I don't care for anything else here, yeah. Alright, Nielsen. We just position our archer way up high, way the heck up high. And off we go. Nothing will stop her. Nothing can stop her. Archer with ignore height. It's real. What about a chemist with ignore height and a gun? Peg. Really don't need to cast that on me. It's you're not gonna get really good value out of that, but alright. His only job is to cheer everyone else up. It's Danda Cheer Man. Get it? This is Danda. The only thing he does is cheer. Yeah? We'll get to you, Zalmo. Eventually. Thanks? Oh. That's why we need to cheer him on. Till those actually have a decent chance of landing. Of reacting. Hiding behind a tree from my chemist with a gun. I like it. She can't curve the bullet. Wonder if they're actually recognizing that I have ranged units out here. Well, until you're needed, you stay up there getting stronger. Where'd he go? I need, yeah, you. Steal, you're not worried, you don't have maintenance, right? Yeah. That's a heck of a throwing arm, man. You should be playing sports. Should be working for the church. I'm in a very defensible position. I've never seen the AI cower like this before. What were we doing? We have the ability to go into the volcano. No, we were in the Andes, right. We had the ability to go to the volcano. But I was gonna do a side quest first. To shore up some numbers here. We are very low level for the next plot event. Sail up. Gotta get to around... It's around Baja, Mexico. Part of the reason why tactics, well, like crossbows aren't as good as bows is that crossbows... Hey, Sepha. Crossbows suffer from line of sight. Bows do not. You can arc a bow. Welcome back, Sepha. Pretty sure that was today, where I saw you, where you were here. Almost technically yesterday. Can steal mana from these guys. That's nice. Do you know Rob Magic yet? Yes, you do. Okay, good. My healer has Rob Magic. That's gonna be helpful. There it is. Here in Southern California? The Tower of Los Angeles. Yeah, it's been 14 and a half hours. Having a good time. Wonder if the sort of guy that does anything in battle. I don't think I've ever tried to wield it. Like swing, like, you know, shake it around. Brandish it. That's the word I was going for. Words will begin to fail me at this point. Whoa. Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate that this... I'm gonna just go ahead and assume that, Japan did... An eliminator. Japan did not mean... to, shape this tower like a, swastika. Whoa, that thing is a lot of defense. Zuhan just kind of bounced off of it. Oh, it's defending. Okay. Whew. That's good. Nice baboon. Speaking of Zuhan, there he be. Alright, yeah, back. Alright, what end of the swastika now? That's really good. I've yet to find a groove with Conflux to not just be bored with all the elementals. I would consider that a bug, though. I'm not going to take advantage of that. I mean, I did in one place, because, man, I was getting wrecked. But otherwise, try not to. Alright, got half of them to sleep. Yeah, these guys are more on par. And eastern edge of the swastika has... ass. Alright, that's fine. We're good, we're fine. Only baboons asleep, that's fine. Nothing, okay. Now we know. One step. Defense. Defense. There are often days where I'm not awake for 14 hours period. This has been fun. Working on our quads. Eliminator. It worked before, so they have some resistance to raw magic, but not complete. Tear 'em to pieces, Zuhan. Anything in the southern part of it? No. Of course. 4 directions. Going clockwise. There's the path, okay. I don't even remember what the what you get from this place. I just remembered it was here and decided I should maybe use this place to shore up some numbers. Dodgy boy. Nice. Got him. Attacking with the soul of our fallen comrade, turned into a sword. That vicious roar. I love it. Yeah, that'll work. And it's always a good time to show off summons. As her intelligence goes up, she will get more attacks. That was enough to kill an enemy, so that's all we needed. Flash. Fairy kill. Fairy kill. You haven't learned your second move yet. You are only level 13. Nice. You want to kill as many of them as possible, and then have your priest use Faith. Faith will then wipe away all fallen undead on the map so they can't respawn. It's really handy. You don't have it, the map would also end if you managed to knock them all down on the same turn. That could take a long time. Don't do that. And because this game is good, it'll say you had a whole bunch of spells on your cleric but didn't have Faith or Exorcism on you. While you're selecting your party, you get the chance to equip people according to what the enemy is. 'Cause this is the good tactics game. Nice. You're gonna need a fluid magic, a priest. Faith does cost quite a bit. Right? Yeah. As opposed to you're going in blind, so you have to just bring the 5 best things they have every time. Oh yeah, you actually have enough for one more Faith, right? Yeah, okay, you're fine, never mind. Swing the Floros. Who shall die? You, Hudson. So metal. Not to mention the secondary effects that the Floros has of buffing all men in that area. No tempting ghosts. You can't sexually charge a ghost, despite what the movies would want you to think. You're out of MP, so you can wait a turn. Perfect. Get him. I think like on even or odd number turns, starting at like turn 3 or 4, enemies start to spawn in. Bonk. Nice. Wait, wait, we're not done yet. Can you get a kill? Unlikely. So eventually, my fairy will have a move. Alright, still didn't learn it. That is, well, I want to say more than borderline overpowered? And we're going to use the heck out of it. The fairy will allow a unit that has already acted to go again. It gives someone their turn. Exorcist. Enable. Emblem. Alright, I do need to fluid magic the priest now. I think that can put an enemy to sleep. Yeah, you're out of MP. Which, it might not matter since you're the last one on the board. My dragon's just taking a bath, don't worry about him. Wait, Fairy Kill. Go for it. Give it a shot. If it was a crit, maybe. Alright, Bacon Bits. You will get him. So because Floros was a Valkyrie, when I turned her into a sword, it kept the skill, the bonus stat of buffing all men around. Yeah, there's your win condition. Alright. Centurion is an emblem that, it means you killed every enemy on the field. And technically, yes. He wiped everything on the field. It increases your strength, and I believe your HP? Terrifies undead. Any undead that get close, they get debuffed. If I had turned Floros as a dragon tamer into a sword, it would have kept the buff dragons attribute. If you turn a swordmaster into one, it adds instant kill to the weapon. That would be incredible, and it's rightly powerful because swordmasters are quite tough to get into. It takes a while. Beastmasters would have the turn into a beast, or buffing beasts around you. If we ever get you ever qualify to be a dragoon, Alos, if you ever do it, it would be also give the terrifying dragons around you. Alright. Lete. I think you are required for this fight. Okay, back to back. To the inferior one. Power up. Let them come to us. This is kind of wild. I've never seen the AI so passive. There must be Zodiac compatibility going on there. Where are you? Yeah, you're Libra. We have learned that Libras destroy whatever Mandy is there. Oh. Alright, Weasel. Weasel is just about infiltrated. We'll see how this works out for Weasel. Okay, welcome Cinderella. You are not the two I want to steal from. So instead, you get the knife. Ow. That'll do. There he goes. This is the bad game where your revives can miss, your buffs can miss, everything can miss. Varying hugely by Zodiac compatibility. Wait, I have concentrate on, right? Yeah, why can you... Ah, because you have Arrow Guard. Arrow Guard overrides Concentrate. Got it. You do not have maintenance. Do I want your pants? I think I want your pants. Halving elemental damage. Now you're talking. Alright, Zalmo. Time to mug him. For everything he's worth. Rhyme has a chance to work, and it can be good. However, locking some pretty mandatory stuff behind Crime can be really is really rough, actually. Bam. Bam. Well, I can't steal your weapon. To be fair, I cannot steal your weapon. I can take your pants. Ouch. Okay, bye. You walked in here, died. Was revived, spun around in confusion, and ran away. I like it. It's gonna keep buffing me. Does Zalmo not know Asuna? You can evade an arrow, but can you evade a gun? Wait, are you the guy I need to keep alive? I want to steal the Aegis shield off of someone here. That's an endgame shield. He's poisoned and a frog. Curing him is not his biggest concern, sir. No, Nielsen is the one I want. Thank you for stepping forward. Yes, I want your Aegis shield. Your 50%, your flat 50% magic evade. For when I eventually turn the chemist into a knight with throw item. Who would have thought the most powerful move in this game? Frog! Spin fist this, punk! Wait, I'm assuming it's defending, and that's why it's not moving like the other one is. Keep curing him, yes. Make him live as a frog forever. They cut close to my wall. As they approach my wall, they have to fend off hails of arrows and bullets. And when anyone gets close, either gets their pants ripped off or gets turned into a frog. Next volunteer, come on down. Excuse me, sir. I need this shield. Thank you. You can die now. Prime. Ah, this fight. I have ran Charizard out of PP for Flamethrower. He is mine now. The Pokeflute out sounds so bad. Small child has picked up a recorder. That would wake people up too, to be fair. Oh boy. Was not expecting a crit. Buddy, I don't remember playing the recorder. Yeah, he is totally... This is the first confirmation we've had that the enemies actually play by the same rules and their moves all have PP as well. Because he was just spamming Flamethrower over and over as I was throwing super potions at Gyarados, trying to come up with a solution for this fight. Success. We'll call that being ready. Alright, genius or what? Oh, see ya. I think we all had to do it, right? That was the thing we did in elementary school, man. Oh, hi. Okay, yeah, so this is where Fire Red will get their water Pokemon. Kept it in our lab. Pokemon that has been overhunted almost to extinction. It's 480 pounds. It's only slightly smaller than Gyarados, an atrocious Pokemon. No, Fire Red needs a water Pokemon, so they'll use Lapras. In fact, Fire Red just picked up and is using Snorlax. This turns out Meowth into Persian, pretty bad. Meowth at least had a good passive ability of occasionally picking something up off the ground and giving me an item. Then Persian just can't be paralyzed? Why would you remove such a good passive? This is the best rocket in this place. My goodness. That thing withstood a Hyper Fang. I'm gonna write this down. So, Leaf Green is 12 hours, 12 minutes in at 81 shuffles. I'm just curious how far behind Fire Red is in just time. I know Fire Red is like an entire dungeon behind. Like plot-wise, but how much time-wise? So I want to see your boss, eh? Bingo. And his name was Bingo. Bite me. Giovanni. Your 4 Pokemons. Why is your level 37 Nidorino still no Poison Sting? Oh, good round. A lot was learned by everyone. I did not remember that Magikarp turned into this Gyarados. I was just dragging the fish along as a joke. It paid off. And I'm Spanky. Time to bulk up. Oh, you're pretty cute, Rhinocerai. Kick him in the nuts. Yeah! Find his rocky balls and kick him. Kick him right in the pouch. The real low kick of kicking the child. Spanky, no. Spanky, that's rude. You can't kick the child. That's sad. Messed up, man. Nidoqueen. MJ has fallen behind in levels because just not really suited to doing fights against Team Rocket members. Level 41. You'll gain some levels for sure if you can pull this off, MJ. That is not how you're pulling this off. Getting critical hit by a body slam. At least Leech Seed persists. Boopoofs has really taken the lead once getting hit in their stride here. Nailed it. Farewell. Because I am rich, I can give you anything. Here, have my balls. Oh, was this entirely just optional? That's cute. That there's a PC right here. Now that Rocket's gone. Damn, you're gonna let my Pokemon die? Because you won't let me take a nap anymore? Thought you were indebted to me. Saw a room an item in it. You're welcome. Since it's free to walk over to it now. Fish will live. I guess they made a prototype. Who would I even use it on? Master Ball. Balakuda. This is fun. I named the stream Breath of Fire. Because last time we shuffled, it was just a constant barrage of Breath of Fire. This time, next to none. The way the dice rolls. Like, this is an hour more than Leaf Green we just had. This place is optional, but it's way worth it. There's a small medal in here. That's also part of what we're here for. That'll help us get another... the next Sword of Miracles. Stay strong, Taloon. A good-looking cave. I like it. See, the multi-edged sword, it's big damage. You only take damage back, though, if the enemy doesn't survive. Or if the enemy does survive. It's simple physics. If the sword cleaves the enemy, the force continues through the enemy. But if it does have to come back, because it survived, then, well... You absorb that blow. Stop it, Ragnar. We're almost done with this place, don't worry. Oh boy. Nice! Good job, Taloon! Good time as any to find out what this shield does. Nice! Confuse the enemy. Alright. The Zenithian shield is bounce. On yourself. He's confused and sleeping. Beautiful. Taloon's the best. His luck's only 19. He's just that good. Almost there. Beautiful. Right off you. Numbers up. Ooh, Balakuda. Nice. Crime. Ah, good thinking, Taloon. It's sand in their eyes. Yes! MVP Taloon. That was 50 damage coming our way, and he said nope. And he stole an iron fan. Make sure you have room in your inventory for crime. This is, oh, okay, the fourth one, okay. Well, this is a Breath of Fire. Down to Yogi. My god, eh? This would be a lot to ask him to move all the rocks out of his way. I'm not seeing these boars running up and down this very narrow volcano. More of a hill, very steep. Progress. Assuming I can come here with the other team. I'm not going to grab any of this treasure since they do not share inventories. I have no quarrel with you. Whatever you are, farewell. Good day. Hey God, who you, tiny man? Judy Man does talk funny. Alright, Marl. Claude and Belwood. Big rock. Dragon time. Alright, the hunt continues for the void. I flew into it by accident once, and now I can't find it. There. Alright, this is the proper void. We go to the end. Oops. Alright. We accidentally leave the void, and then we get to it. I was just waiting for a cutscene. That did not happen. The Cleft of Dimension. The badass music. Victory. Land crawler. That works too. I don't know, Final Fantasy V is a pretty great music. Oh my. Paris, get up. We're just mauled by whatever that thing is supposed to be. Boom. Paris, get up. Seven points. Nice. And this will blow everything up on the way. For 1,000 years. The void may or may not be our burial ground. Valdanders. There we go. Wearing fire. Yeah. Firaga. Much better. Right, this is the one where you're allowed to escape, attack while escaping. Where are we right now? I want to know between Ray and T. Do, Re, Mi. I've already fought you. Do I just have to spam me? I don't get it. Oh, I just have to go behind the piano. Never mind. Whatever. So, left 10. Moving on. We have found all 4 numbers. Let's go... Go fight a thing. I don't even remember if I get anything good for this. I'm just gonna do it. So, right 36. Left 10. Right 59. Right 97. Nailed it. With 1 second to go. Oh, you are handsome. Oh, I love you. Alright, nothing to steal. Nice dodge. Oh. Give him a nuke. Beautiful. Still a lot of number left in him. Ow. Ooh. Oh, he's purple now. That did not do a lot of damage. And imagine if you skipped poisoning him and you did not just spam paralysis on him over and over. Yeah, that definitely could. It definitely could be. He also has a gimmick. I don't know what the gimmick is. It died. That was the gimmick. It dead. I just don't remember this game well enough to Lucky. You know who needs to be lucky? You could use all the luck in the world there. You caught me on the counter. Saw me banging on the sofa. Wasn't me. Anyway. Moving on. So for that, we got to fight a boss. Yeah. Whatever Cosmo Memory, I imagine, is... That's a limit break for Dog, but... You get to half health with magic, it splits in them. So I don't know. I'd imagine Purple was a physical form then, since... Hebro... What is his name? Yeah, Hebro's limit break did like 100 damage. He was probably in physical form. Poison, sadly, was not ticking while he was paralyzed, but... I think I read something that in this room down here, is the person who made enemies, who like animated the enemies, something. Their favorite enemy in the game is down here. Not the bats. No obligatory bats. Come on. Come on. Give it to me. Give it to me. Fine, we'll do it on the way back. You have to come down here. Sephiroth. Brings back memories of the time I spent 5 years reading books. You coming to the reunion? Did you not get your invite in the mail? You wish to follow me, come on down. Then he just throws an orb at him, hits Hebro in the nuts, and then flies away. Yeah, that seems completely normal. Don't worry about it. It's fine. And none of those are worth it, but I suppose if you level it up, it'd be alright to slap death on your weapon. Probably a fair number of things vulnerable to instant death in this. Like 10,000 bats. Now, come on, give it to me. Come on. Come on. I talked about it. You have to show it off. You gave me my favorite enemy first try. Thanks. Appreciate that. I shouldn't have this kind of patience after 15 and a half hours sitting here. Dang it. Dang it. I don't want to target. Punt that one. Thank you. Why are you not remembering who I'm pointing at? Stop, I'm just trying to clear a path. Tell me about giant robots. 10,000 health. No weaknesses. Nothing in this game has a weakness to anything ever. Good job. Osmos. 1. It's a robot. Why would it not be weak to, like, your typical robot things? Good job, Golbez. 2 steps. Piss off. Very. Centurion and Beamers. Golbez is helping. Are y'all okay? I didn't confuse you. Why did you attack yourself? I did not cast Confuse. Weird. I can find anything down here that Osmos actually works on. Was that actually a mechanic taking place? Is this cast lightning on them and they get confused? The first enemy in the game with a mechanic? Just go. Just hit him. Not interested. No, I'm said I'm not interested. Just not that into you. How much does Kiraja do anyway? A lot. Okay. Kiraja's not bad. But yeah, these guys actually have a mechanic. Lightning causes them to be confused. I guess it would make them malfunction. Not too shabby. There's anything at all. The first enemy in 10 hours to have a gimmick. Okay, he's back. Let's go. Yoichi arrow. Does that mean you're gonna finally unlock these chests for me? No? Ma'am? Lady? Wait, what did that say? Decidedly unwomanly voice. Okay, if Kiefer is leaving me, then I should empty his pockets then, huh? I had Kiefer this whole game. I don't think he's actually gonna leave. That'd be weird. Everyone's still there. Sure? Oh, okay, you're gonna take me there. Okay. This chapter of the feedback loop has been more polite than some of the others. Okay, it's his stuff. Oh, we're down to 3 people again. I think he had entirely hand-me-downs? No. He had a better shield than me. Alright, you didn't open up those chests for me. I'm sure there's probably a key item in there I need. Where'd they go? Probably on the other side. I don't remember who your fourth party member is. Huh. I remember Kiefer leaving. Maybe it'll be a third boomerang user. Good job, Gabo. A priest with the cats. Do you know where those guys went? Powerful cat. I'll mask this as some cash grind. When we get to the next town, and everything we have grinded for alas will be obsoleted. Oh, they're not here either. Guess we can't open them? Well, at least that means that's most likely that was not a... Those were not plot items in there. If they're gone, then the game wouldn't let me soft lock, right? Maybe? Put him in timeout. Yeah. Poison looks so cool in this. Bonk. In fact, yeah, let's do that. I have these marble ones. Let's use them. Get this out of my inventory. Marble 1 is a crit for an item. $1,000 a crit. Bonk. Got him. Good job, Slug. Learned Kaboom. I think we're just about wrapping up here. It's a smooth 16 hours of stream. 1 in the morning. Trapped in the dream forever. For the next, like, 5 seconds. Unless something really cool if Shovel's into something really cool, then we'll probably keep going. Welcome, Mogu. We need to get you situated. First thing to do, Marble 3. We need all the Marble 3s this town has. The gang's all here. Nine, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9. And liquidation. There is an item cap here. We're beyond herbs. Alright, fastest way to Prima. Through Gant? Looks good. But do you sell anything better for the Moleman? No claws here. But it did expect me to come back here. You sell better pants. He's wearing bronze right now. Plate is worse than bronze. I made money on that deal. That's the art of the deal. want to go to Gold Town eventually. Alright. Not exactly feeling doing another shuffle of Breath of Fire 4. So we're going to call it a session here. 16 hours in. Oh, thanks for going out, everyone. For watching. I'm going to bed. Have a good one, y'all.